Hello everybody, happy Sunday, welcome back to the Short Sunday everyone. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. I hope you all are doing very well, that your week and weekend has been a great one as well, and as always, I hope you're doing better than me. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hi. Hi Riptane. 50 streak, it actually technically is longer than that. It's just that it's been 50 since they implemented whatever the system that is. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Riptane, welcome to the stream everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Sunday. Today, maybe as the title of the stream says, it might be a double feature or even triple feature, because there's at least two things that I would like to be doing today. Number one, I would like to be working some more on that sketch that I was working on last Sunday. The hair just fell off. That's what you're saying, right? I want to work some more on that sketch that I was working on last Sunday, which actually should have already been finished 2 or 3 weeks ago. But I also want. You remember last Sunday? Excuse me. Remember why are the timestamps all wrong? What timestamps? The chat timestamps? I don't know. Let's see, if this last message of yours, it says it was sent on 3/19. It is now 3/19. And over there on the other screen, on the other PC, well, that one is not showing time at all. Let me enable that real quick here. Settings. Where's the time stuff? That's funny. They're not showing an option to show the time. Oh, no big deal. I don't know, maybe it's something wrong locally over there, because for me here it shows the correct time. In chat they're 1 hour behind. I just switched to LibreWolf and something is not set up right. Yeah, it could be that, because as I just said, the time showing in the timestamp in the chat is correct for me anyway, on my end. So it's probably something on your end. Anyway, so you guys remember last Sunday, at least for those of you who stayed around long enough, because good God, I went for a very long time last Sunday. 7 hours. Anyway, remember last Sunday when I was talking about my intention to make my own game, and I showed you what I have been not exactly working on, but my efforts to try and learn how to use the Scorpion editor so I can make a game using that editor, using the Scorpion engine and the sprites that I have created. Generic sprites, of course, or rather, sprites for a very generic character design that I was using to learn the program and all of that stuff. I showed you a little play test of the modifications that I made to a sample game that came along with the program and all of that stuff. So yeah, obviously I still want to make my own game. I don't know when that is going to happen, if ever. I just want to do it. And of course, it's gonna be dragons. See, we seriously need more dragons in media of all kinds, including video games, of course, but not simply games that have dragons in them, and you know, like we usually have, where dragons are usually the villains. You have to slay the dragon and all of that stuff. Dragons are just dumb, stupid creatures, just very big. No. We need more dragons in media, where the dragons are the protagonists, the villains, the heroes, the NPCs, where they are everything. And if I can make a game someday, I am going to be the one, at least one of the very few, who will make that happen. I promise you. Anyway, the other thing that I will probably likely be working on today as well is I want to design a character for this future game. I don't know what this character is going to look like, but I do have at least a temporary idea of what this character should be called. Now, based on the fact that the Scorpion engine and the Scorpion editor as well, based on the fact that they are essentially the platform they're actually targeting, as you know, what am I trying to say? Fudge, my brain just blue screen. What I'm trying to say is that the Scorpion engine, or at least the Scorpion editor, it compiles the game to run on the Amiga. If you don't know what the Amiga is a old, by now it is old vintage home computer system from the late 80s and around mid 90s. An Amiga kind of looks like this. Really awesome computer system, by the way. I never got to use one myself, but I have been playing many games on it. I've been fiddling about with the operating system in emulation. That's an example of an Amiga. That's being the Amiga 1000 computer. It's also one of the earliest home PCs. It's technically a PC, but not actually a PC, because usually the term PC, personal computer, it is applied to IBM computers and IBM compatibles. But it's technically a PC. Anyway, point is, it was one of the first computer systems that regular people could buy to have in their homes. One of the first ones to have a graphical interface, not very different from what Windows is and basically has always been. Anyway, point is, there have been many games for this thing. There are games still being made for this thing. And the Scorpion editor and Scorpion engine, from what I understand, they target this platform. They make games for the Amiga primarily. But of course, the Scorpion editor, as I think I have showed you on the last Sunday, games you make in that thing, they can run on Windows natively, kind of, because actually, technically speaking, when you compile a game to run on Windows, it actually builds in an Amiga emulator, which is why you have this folder here. This folder here, by the way, is the exported test of that game that I made. I didn't make it a game, I'm just editing a game. Anyway, point is, when I export the game to run on Windows, it exports with a built-in Amiga emulator, which is why if I boot this up and I hit F12, there's this interface here where it says, actually you can see it, but on the top of the screen here it says FSUAE Amiga 4000. That's an emulator, and that's emulating an Amiga 4000, which is one of the later models of the Amiga. Anyway, point is, because this program, it primarily focuses on the Commodore Amiga, I have decided, at least for the time being, that the name of this character that I'm going to make for my future game is going to be Amiga Dracodor. I know it is not that creative, but it's the best that I could think of so far. Now, Amiga, for the first name, that's obvious, because Amiga, the name of the computer, character would be called Amiga as well. Also, the base game that I am using to learn. Why hasn't this? There we go. The base game that I am using to learn the program is called Amigo the Fox. So I thought that call the character Amiga might be fitting, and of course make the character female. But anyway, this is Scorpion editor, and as you can see, actually you can see it. Let me disable the webcam real quick, because I don't want to move it around the screen. Just a moment. Actually, no, you can't see it. It's right here. I'm stupid. Let me go back on the screen. There we go. So as you can see here, these are the compilation. These are the options, the platforms this program can export to. So games you make with this program, you can export them to run on Amiga emulators, on the Amiga CD-TV, on the Amiga CD32, which was sadly a ill-fated Commodore game console. Actually, the first 32-bit console in the 90s. Can export to the actual Amiga as a .a file. You can even export to run on Macs. I'm not gonna do that. I can't test it. Anyway, can export to Windows, and yeah. Also, although you're not really seeing the option here, this program can export to the game to run on the Mega Drive or the Genesis in the US. Same console, just different names. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at is that since the basically the target platform is actually just the Commodore Amiga, I have decided, at least until further notice, to call this future character Amiga Dracodor. Now, why Dracodor? Oh, it's because it's kind of not exactly a pun, but it's just a, let's say, modification of the word Commodore, which is the brand, the makers of the Amiga, and Draco because dragons. You get the gist. Anyway, point is, she should be called Amiga Dracodor. More precisely, the spelling would be this. Again, this is basically just a temporary placeholder name, but at least until further noticed, it should be this. That's a very ugly G. Amiga. Dracodor. And for reference, the makers of the Amiga computers, they were Commodore. Oops, that's supposed to be a D. Commodore, and of course you have the actual name of the computer, the Commodore Amiga, and therefore there's the, that's basically the structure of the name that I came up with. But again, you actually can see Commodore, there we go. But again, this is essentially just a placeholder name, at least for now. But yeah, other than that, I still don't know what the character is going to look like. What I do know is that the design for that character has to be simple, for two reasons. Reason number one, because... Fudge, what was the reason number one? I forget. I think this is it. Reason number one, it has to be simple, because since the resolution that I'm going to be working with is small, I need to make it easy for me to draw the sprites. Plus, there's the fact that I'll have to draw several sprites. So, what am I looking for? Right, this is what I'm looking for. Since I will have to draw several sprites, the easier the design, the easier it is to make the sprites. But also, reason number two, the least amount of details the character has on the design, the better. Not simply because it makes it easier to draw the sprites, but mainly because of the small resolution. I won't have that many pixels to work with to make many details if I give the character many details. So the least amount of details I have, the better, because then I don't have to worry about having to, say, remove something from the character, for example, for the sprites. Like I could draw a full scene, like actually drawn, for a cutscene, for example, which is something that I want to bake, to have in the game, cutscenes. and I plan on actually drawing the cutscenes and not simply use sprites for those. I still don't know how to make cutscenes, but I did figure out how to make a game over screen. And I believe I can do the same for cutscenes. Just gotta figure out how to make that work. But anyway, not use sprites for the cutscenes, but do use actual art. So for example, I could make a super highly detailed character and have all of those details on the cutscenes, but then when it's actually time to go in-game and play, the actual sprites of the player character, I would have to remove a lot of details. Simply because there's just not enough resolution to have all of them in there. So to avoid that issue, which of course would create a sort of disparity, I think it's the word that I'm looking for, or lack of consistency, where the character in the cutscene looks one way but in game it looks another, you know, I do not want that. So yeah, if I don't have that many details on the character, I should avoid that issue. So yeah, that's basically the only thing I have 100% established, is that the character will have to have a simple design. What the character is going to actually look like, I have no idea. But it is something that I will probably be working on today. But first, this sketch, which is something that it's something that I should already have finished a couple weeks ago. So let's get started, or restarted. Let's start it for today. Alright, let's see, where was I? What was the last thing that I have done? I had a lot of trouble with this line here. It's not that I actually had a lot of trouble, it's just that I had to redo this so many times. I got so sick of doing that. Anyway. I think that overall, all the basics for his body are in place. I still kind of feel like this part of his face is not quite right. And that is bothering me. But I can't tell what is wrong with it, let alone how to fix it. One thing that I think I should change is actually remove this line, because considering the angle at which we are looking at this character, that line doesn't really make much sense to have there, or to be there. So let's have it removed. There we go. So that is gone. Yeah, I'm still not sure what is wrong with his face. There is something wrong with his face, but I don't know what it is. I just know, I don't know, something in me is telling me that his face is not quite right. It isn't finished, but that's not it. It's something else. It just doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. Like, maybe it's his snout. His snout, I don't know. It still kind of feels like, or looks like, his snout is, you know, kind of shifted too much to his left side. Like a bit caved in on this side here. Like if we were to look at his head from above. Imagine this here is a horn, this here's another, and then you have, this is very poorly shaped but should serve as an example. Imagine we're looking at his head from above, top-down view. I just had the idea of your dragon just learning just leaning, not learning, on that coffee text with one arm, the hand on the other arm holding a full coffee mug, and him having 6 a.m. on their face. Something like that is something that I am still gonna draw eventually. It is an idea that I actually had some time ago, just not related to Kofi. Here, let me actually, it's not an original idea, but there is this picture of Spyro holding a cup of coffee, and he has that 6 a.m. on Monday, kind of look as you described it. This is something that I would like to draw using my own dragon. But the idea that I had is just unrelated to Kofi. But it's a good idea. I might make another version of that, but this one specifically just for sort of advertising Kofi and commissions. But I like the idea, Ripley. I do. But yeah, I could make a mix of these two ideas. The one based on that Spyro picture that I showed you, and the idea you gave. But yeah, imagine we are looking at his head from above. So there's the head, like here's an eye, here's another eye. And then normally we would have his muzzle, except the way I'm seeing this, it kind of looks like his snout is, kind of like that, instead of being even and correct. Kind of like that. It's weird. And mind you, I have already fixed this. But it looks like it still needs fixing. How the hell am I going to fix this any further? Particularly without breaking anything. There is a way, and I will find it. Yeah, for one, maybe level these nostrils a little bit more should help. And also maybe move the mouth a bit. I like that though. I think there's a mosquito flying around here. This thing is distracting me. Oh yeah, there it is. It escaped. Stop bugging me, or bug. Otherwise, I'm going to bug aside you. You know I do that. And if you don't, you should. Many bugs have lost their lives over here. This one to the right a bit more. His right, that is. Yeah, that maybe might look slightly better. But what might help a bit is if I redraw this nostril. Somehow that looks worse. I might end up just undoing all of this. The mosquito just landed on my wrist. How the hell did you flew away like that? I swear, the thing didn't fly away. It just despawned just half a second before I hit the thing on my arm. I hate bugs so much. It's one of the reasons why whenever I can manage to move out to my own place, I actually kind of would like to go to live in an apartment, just to stay away from bugs as much as possible. But I bet I would still be terrorized by those damn things, just because I don't like them. That's one of the things that I don't like about warm/hot weather. The bugs. There's always a lot of bugs. I really cannot fathom how there can be people in the world who love hot weather. Summer, sweating all the time. I don't understand those people. That has got to be a mental illness. Okay, now his muzzle and snout is just way too small. That's not right at all. Though I think I maybe might have fixed, at least improved, on, you know, his snout, what it looked like. Minus the fact that now it is too small, short, whatever. Yeah, right, Reptang, it's awful. It's awful. Now, don't get me wrong. Although I like the cold, I hate feeling cold. You know, so we gotta have warmth, but only the right amount of warmth to feel comfortable. And you know what? Hot weather is not comfortable. It isn't. Like, do you think I am wearing this strange shirt with no sleeves at all because I think it's fashion? Also, it's an old shirt. It's just missing a little piece over here. Anyway, do you think I'm wearing this because I like it? No, it's because it's hot here. Although, thankfully, today is not actually hot. It's just kind of warm. But it's a much nicer day today than it has been the past few days as far as temperature goes. I don't even have my fan on right now. And the sky is actually quite cloudy today. According to the forecast, there should be rain, but so far I haven't seen a single drop. Point is, it is nice. Just not as comfortable of a temperature as I would like it to be. But yeah. Warmth has to be the right amount, not the amount you get on hot weather. You know what my comfort zone temperature wise is? Something around the 20s, mid 20s. That's my comfort zone, like 25 degrees Celsius, up to down, that is, around 20 degrees, maybe even up to 15 degrees. That's where I feel comfortable. Although around 18, I already start to feel cold. But it's still a very comfortable cold. As for higher temperatures than that, my comfort zone ends at around 26, 27 degrees Celsius. Like if I'm just sitting around in my room, 27 is okay. But of course, if I start to move too much, you know, do exercise and stuff, I will start to sweat, and that is going to make me uncomfortable. But yeah. Any higher than that, and I already don't like it. 5 to 15 degrees Celsius, that's my good temp. Yeah, that for me is already too cold. But again, that's because my body is used to warmer temperature than that, so it feels the cold more easily than you obtain, because your body is used to colder temperatures because of the region where you live. But yeah, I still rather have that, however, than the usual heat we get here. Which, thank God, it's not nearly as bad as it could be. Heat over here is usually the sort of bearable kind of heat, at least for people who are used to the weather anyway. Though there are times when the heat over here is actually really unbearable. Like a couple years ago we had a heat wave. For several months in a row we had temperatures reaching the past 40 degrees Celsius during the day. And even at night, like past midnight already, when it should already be quite chill, we had temperatures of upwards of 37 degrees indoors and 35 outside. It was that hot. But thank God, that kind of heat doesn't happen often over here. Most of the year, the hottest it usually gets here is around 35 degrees, which, mind you, is very hot. I hate it. But it could be way worse. But yeah, I'd much rather have colder weather. We do get 40 degrees Celsius sometimes. On those days I'm dead. I can't imagine. I feel dead on those days myself, and I am already used to warmer temperatures than you. So imagine you, who is not used to warmer temperatures like I am. Which, of course, just because I am used to warmer temperatures doesn't change the fact that I still feel really extremely uncomfortable when the weather is hot. I hate it. I never liked hot weather. A couple times when I was a kid, for example, I even felt ill at school because of it. His jaw is too thick now. That is wrong. But yeah, and on those times the weather wasn't even that hot. And yeah, even if someday I wake up completely frozen solid because of how cold it is, I am never going to say that hot weather is better than cold weather. No. It isn't. And I've talked about this before. Here's the thing about hot versus cold weather, you know? When it's hot, when it's cold, what do you do to protect yourself and get comfortable? put on some warm clothes, maybe close a window, to conserve warmth indoors. Turn on a heater if you have it. Drink some hot beverage like hot cocoa, for example. And get all cozy, sleep with nice blankets. You feel fine, you feel nice, you feel comfortable, maybe even energized. When it's hot, what can you do to feel comfortable? Turn on a fan. That only helps up to so much. Take off some clothes. Well, there's only so many pieces of clothing that you can take off. You can be completely butt naked and still feel extremely uncomfortable in hot weather, all sweaty and goopy because of sweat. You cannot run away from heat. No, hot weather, I should say. You can run away, in quotations, from cold weather. But hot? No. So yeah, cold is way better. On the right amount also, of course. Get arrested at the local park's lake push. Yeah. On that note, sure, you could argue, but Mike, if you are feeling that hot in hot weather and want to feel comfortable, just go to a pool or go to the beach. Well, what are you gonna do? Spend the entire whole day in the water? Maybe even sleep in the water? You can't do anything there. You can go to the store, for example, if you have to. You can work in the pool. And you still feel hot in there. You only don't realize you are sweating when you are in a pool, for example, because there's water everywhere. But you're still sweating there. The only reason why people usually don't feel hot when they are submerged in water, whether you are at the beach, bathing the sea, or in a pool, is because the water touching your body, it helps your body to exhaust heat more easily. So it doesn't overheat as quickly. Therefore, you don't feel as uncomfortable. But the moment you leave the water, all of that uncomfortableness, it comes back almost immediately. And you know that is true. Now, having said that, there is only one thing related to hot temperatures that I actually do enjoy, and I think most people also do. A sauna. I haven't been to a sauna since I was a kid, but that thing feels really nice, at least for a while. But yeah. And even that, of course, it has to be done in moderation, because also if you stay too long in a sauna, you are going to cook up. Yeah. So don't do that. Point is, everything in excess is bad. Even water in excess is bad. I'm actually not joking or exaggerating when I say this, but there has been a case in my city many years ago where a woman actually did die from drinking too much water. I often went to saunas. They are nice. I like a sauna. Too bad those things are not common here. At least the last time that I went to a water park, they didn't have a sauna. Speaking of water, alright, let's see if this jaw has been fixed. Or if I just made it worse. Also the snout, of course. Yeah, I think that is better. Though the snout, it's the issue is either the snout or this side of his head. That area there with the right eye. One of these two is not quite right. This is bugging me so much. Yeah, no, it's not this eye, it's that eye. Should I wake back up? It's so hard to breathe with everything. Maybe move it down a bit. Feels like time stands still with everything that I do. And possibly make his muzzle a little shorter. It might be a little too long also. Wish that I could get it right. Well, what I am and what I've got never seem to be enough. Every day seems to repeat, and I can't get any sleep. I can't seem to get ahead. Feels like I'm already dead. One day I just want to wake up to the dream. Is that too much to ask? Yes, let's make his muzzle a little shorter. He's not a dog after all. Oh, hell no. Dragons usually do have long-ish muzzles, just not that long. Well, what I am and what I've got never seem to be enough. Every day seems to repeat, and I can't get any sleep. I can't seem to get ahead. That maybe might be a little too short. One day I just want to wake up to the dream. Is that too much to ask? Alright, so that is better. Another thing that I think I might have to change is this part over here. By the way, you know something that I am thinking of doing on the next short Sunday, at least for part of the program, the show. So remember that last time, which so far has been the only time, when I did a full Chill Art Sunday only on GIMP, on the GIMP experience. I tried to do a piece of art entirely on GIMP. I hated that. It was basically a live test drive, so to speak, of GIMP. I was mostly trying to prove my point that GIMP is indeed not at all a replacement for Photoshop. And I think I have proven my point. The point is, it was a terrible experience. They have finally updated the program. It's been about 20 years since the last version, which was the one that I run on that stream. When did I do that stream? It was either last year or the year before. Anyway, regardless. They have just released a new version. I haven't checked this new version, what's new in it, if they fixed anything. Supposedly they did. I only read a little bit about it, checked, what did it? A video? I just checked the video that talked about there being a new version. GIMP 3.0, I think. Anyway, presumably it is a much better version now, with also improvements to the user interface, and that was one of my complaints about GIMP, at least on that stream. So what I am maybe thinking is to give this new version of GIMP a little spin. Let's take it for a spin maybe, and try to do some art on it like I did on that other stream, to see if GIMP is finally the actual replacement for Photoshop that particularly Linux users always claim it to be. Like whenever people talk about moving to Linux and needing programs that work there, and they talk about something, they talk about the need for something like Photoshop, and those people usually say, oh, just use GIMP. GIMP is a perfect replacement for Photoshop. It isn't. Anyway, point is, let's see if it got any better at being the Photoshop replacement it usually is regarded to be. I doubt it is, but who knows, maybe it did get a little better. Regardless, there's a new version. I am thinking to give it another try on the next Chilled Sunday. I am 100% certain I am going to hate that. Yeah, 3.0 released last Thursday. Yes, exactly. It's been released just this week. But yeah, again, I haven't checked anything on that program. I do not know what to expect. I have not installed it. I haven't even downloaded the thing. All I expect is that it's still going to be garbage. But hey, it doesn't hurt to give it a chance, right? But yeah, I'm not guaranteeing that I'm gonna give another try at GIMP for the next Chilled Sunday. I'm just thinking about doing it. Mainly because to do that, I actually gotta have something to work on that I would normally work on in Photoshop. At the moment, I don't think I have anything ready for that. I could just try to draw a landscape, perhaps. That is something that whenever I draw a landscape, I can do just completely on Photoshop from the start, from scratch. I mean, like this here, for example. If I can find it. Yeah, like this here, for example. I drew this 100% in Photoshop. I didn't sketch anything in Paint for this one. Could try something like that. But yeah. Anyway, point is, I am thinking about doing another GIMP experience Chilled Sunday. Not going to run it on Linux, however, like I did last time. No, I am messing up this jaw. I think the main reason why I have been having so many troubles getting his head and face correct is because of how I started this sketch. When I started it, I was not in the zone. I was not feeling well enough to do art. I forced myself to do this. And as it always happens when I am feeling that way, the end result is nothing good. So far, all of these fixes that I have been doing, they're basically fixes to the mistakes that I made when I forced myself to draw this. I mean, I was going to draw this anyway. It's just that the way I made it originally, how I started all wrong. And actually, if I keep having troubles with this, I might just scrap everything, and just start it all over. Because I am actually kind of sick of having to do so many fixes. I fix something, gets a little better, but then I have to fix the fix again, and then fix the fix of the fix. And I don't like repetitions. If this jaw is still not right. Alright, let's see how much better or worse these fixes have been. Why is his chin so flat? It's too flat.
A darkness in the distance, a letter in fire, bound with celestial seal. Signs of a struggle, and I'm required. There's no time for tears.
Let's see if this is better.
I'm sorry, but I need to do this alone. You all have been the best I've known. Standing on the platform, see you one last time.
No, I don't think it is.
Say goodbye. I can never tell you in person. I'm not coming home.
I mean, it is better, it's just still not quite there.
I'll never lie and I'll never give up. Laugh at the fear when it
Or is
rises
it?
up. Kindness to all, I'll give all I can. You all have made me the best I can. The best I can.
This better be the last time that I have to redraw this. His chin and his jaw. A malicious bot just tried to send a message with a bad link in chat. My idea to block these words these bots usually use, that was a really good idea. Let me add this one to the list as well. Just a moment, guys. He even wrote a message here. He tried to get away blockages. He This one tries to get around blockages by adding spaces to the link, so the link isn't clickable in chat. And it added a message saying, remove the space, you know, to make the link work. Stupid bots. These are not welcome here. I forget how to do this. One moment. No, it's not analytics. Ah, here it is. Moderation. Block terms and phrases. And add this. That. I'm adding a few different variations of the same words. There, that should do it for now. And of course, let's bend the bots. There we go. Bots are not welcome here. Malicious links are not welcome here. Freak off. Imagine there's my middle finger here at the bots. And people who make these bots, who make and use those bots. Fuck off. Go hit your toe on furniture. That's what those people deserve. Every single morning they should stab their toe on furniture. Like hit it real hard to the point where they might even break a nail. Or the actual toe itself. Yeah. And you guys watching, do not ever click those links. If you ever see those, never click them. Never. For your own security, safety and stuff, in your computers as well, do not click them. Those are very, very bad links. And here I am fixing the chin once again. Wrong color. Yeah, that's a bit better. Now here, this part here was due to receive this fix. I just had not gotten to it yet. Okay, let's find out if these fixes are enough.
It's just so simple,
Frick.
simple song, but
Wrong
not
color.
so simply beautiful as you are. No, not by far. 1+1
That is a little bit better. Well, there's still why is this all blank again? Stop being blank. Anyway, but there's still something a bit off about his face.
Listen to the music in the sky. Feel it
Like it's perfect here.
as you fly, softly as a whispered lullaby. Fluttershy. Everybody says you don't stand out. Well, now I know that they were wrong. There's too many ways to describe you.
Maybe make this a little more concave.
I'll just sing you a bird song.
Because yes, I think this is also not right the way he made it there.
Your way with creatures and animals, and how you reach them.
Oh, going back to talking about that character that I wanted to design for my future game, Amiga Dracodor. I reckon I'm gonna have to make her a wingless dragoness. After all, the game is supposedly going to be a platformer, so have her with wings wouldn't really make much sense because I don't think I can make her fly in the game, and even if I could, why even have platforms to begin with? And second, have the wings along would make it a lot harder to draw the sprites. Plus, the resolution is not high enough to have the wings as well. So yeah, I should probably make her wingless. Plus, it could be part of the plot of the game, maybe. That you remember what I was telling you about my general idea for what the plot of the game should be, where a disgruntled kobold and you found some powerful magic to take away the abilities of dragons, and this character of mine, which is going to be the protagonist, is the one who is going to save the day basically and fix everything. Yeah, it could be part of the plot that part of this stuff the kobold made the dragons lose. It could be their wings. So that could be an in-game explanation, in-universe rather, explanation as to why she doesn't have any wings. Even though it's actually more of a technical limitation. Which is fine actually, because it absolutely would not be the first time that some character is designed in a certain way, with certain traits, because of technical limitations, and that simply becomes part of how the character is. Like Mario, for example. The reason he has a mustache is because of technical limitations. Because back in the day, there weren't enough pixels, enough resolution to draw a fully fledged face, and there weren't enough colors to also separate the nose from cheek, maybe, and etc. So they drew him a mustache to highlight where the nose is. And now Mario has a mustache. That iconic mustache. Which, by the way, have you seen Mario and Luigi without the mustache? It's cursed. It's really cursed. Alright, I think his face is a bit better, but now he has way too much of a forehead. Also, the right eye is too small. This needs to be bigger. You actually don't think Mario, mustacheless Mario and Luigi are cursed? I mean, it's not really that they are actually cursed. It's just that we are so used to seeing them with mustaches that seeing them without mustaches just looks really jarring, in my opinion. There are pics out with him. Wait, what? There are pics out with him without a mustache and eyebrows, though. Yeah, I think anyone without eyebrows kind of looks cursed. Okay, now we gotta look at them without a mustache. Mario without mustache. Oh, there's the eyebrowless version. Oh my god, that is so cursed. But we have grown so used to seeing Mario and Luigi with a mustache that have them without one is so weird. Look at that. That's a cool mustache, but it's actually Daisy's head. But it's so weird without the mustache. It's so much nicer with the mustache. And again, it's not because it is actually cursed. It's just how we have grown used to seeing these characters. It looks really weird without them, without the mustache. That is. Like on even myself, when I don't have a good mustache at all, let alone beard. But whenever I shave off all of this and look at myself in the mirror, I weird myself out because I think I look really weird just because I have grown used to seeing myself in the mirror with this ugly mustache and beard. Which, speaking of, it's about time I shave. Well, not really shave off anything, you know, more like trim. I only every now and then shave off everything. Okay, that eye is way worse now. Let's undo everything, because that is horrible. Really horrible. Check out Pierluigi Collina. Let me copy that so I will not misspell anything. Pierluigi Collina. That is a big head. What happened to his eyebrows? Hang on, is this guy Brazilian? Safety of players on cup is priority, says Colina. That's quite the stare this guy has. Yeesh. Oh no, he's Italian. A football referee. For someone without any hair on his head. Yeah, that is definitely hairless. Not even eyebrows. I wonder if he shaves or if he actually doesn't have any beard or mustache. I'm not really going to look into that either. I think that before I try to fix that eye, I should fix his forehead, because his forehead is way too big now. Speaking of big heads. He doesn't have any to begin with. Must be genetics then. Yeah, he definitely got too much of a forehead, but I'm gonna have to redraw this line again. Yet again, once more. Fine. Before I do that, however, I don't want to redraw any pieces of the horns again. So what I'm going to do is essentially make a backup of them, and only them. So when I draw a new line crossing them, I can restore their original shape, version, whatever, by simply pasting this over the new line that I'm going to be drawing. He has alopecia universalis, complete body white hair loss. Ugh. Someone with that thing would probably make a great swimmer. I heard that professional swimmers, they actually shave off all the hair so they have less drag in the water. That guy would not have to worry about having to do that. Not at all. He's a damn good referee, partially because of his looks that scare the players around him a lot. Yeah, imagine you are doing something in your locker, in the locker room after a game. Maybe you got a red card even. Like maybe you are looking at a mirror or inside the door of your locker, and then you close it and the guy is just there on the other side of the door staring at you. That would definitely spook anyone. Would be a referee jump scare. Even more so with that face. I mean, have you seen those bugged out eyes? But hey, it's great that he's really good at his job. He certainly must also enjoy it very much. And that is a really good thing when whatever you work with is actually something that you enjoy doing. Oof, there's a big gap over there. I mean, it's just a sketch. Not a big deal at all, but it does bug me. Okay, now I do this.
Remembrance, part of every life. Numerous regrets, the art of passing time.
There we go.
Not one forgets, spent
This is still wrong.
nights to witness being erased. It is seldom
I have fixed this so many times already.
now. It is welcome, universe undoubted.
Also, I suddenly really gotta use the bathroom. Dude, I only took one sip of my water and I already need to go really hard, really bad. Imagine if I had drunk this whole cup already. I'll try to fish. I'll try to finish at least this here. Then I'll take an early bathroom break. The thickness of this horn is right, but at the same time it looks wrong, at least at the start over here. fix I made here is actually more wrong than the previous version that I had there.
Remember us, part of every life. Numerous
I think so, anyway.
regrets, the art of passing time, the art of passing time.
Yeah, it is absolutely not quite right. Okay, what does this look like? It still looks wrong. Ah! I need a bathroom break. I'll be right back, everybody.
It is welcome, universe, and how it is seen only from eyes of thine. Is it free? 'Tis only by invite. Remember us, part of every life. sincerity and emphasis, so truly seen in happiness. With one mind we can make, we can live. With a life one can take, one can give. We rejoice, lending all we possess. With a voice one can lift or depress. Jollity forever sure. Path of joy so few have known. Sincerity and emphasis, so truly seen in happiness.
And I am back. You know, I'm going to try one thing.
There is no room for spite. Still it seems only I can decide. I am lost but am free of the world. For outside
I will experiment with a head transplant. Here, progress sheet. This is the sketch for Appreciate a Dragon. Oh, this is much smaller. Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. My god, it's way smaller. The head is also tilted very differently. Very, very differently, but oh my god, that web is so cute. There needs to be resized a bit more. But this could work way better. Certainly way better than this. Should I do it? Should I do it? Let's experiment. Copy all of this, and let's open Photoshop. Now give me this head. Actually, give me this entire body. Excuse me. Why have you only pasted the head that I copied ages ago? I just copied this body. I hit Ctrl C. Come on. Ctrl C, Ctrl C, Ctrl C, Ctrl C. There, 3 times to make sure it actually copied. I hate when that happens. Wait a minute. Is this black and white? No, it says RGB there, okay. Zero tolerance, no anti-alias. That is enough for what I want to do. Now 50% opacity, flip horizontal. Enable this again. Nope, that's not it. This is it. Nearest neighbor. I'm going to resize this until the heads are about the same size. Maybe a little more. That might work. Let's see. Duplicate. Hi Thunder, hello, happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're doing well. Why the color picker? No. This here is what I want. And now, let's decapitate him. Oh no. He's headless. Well, he's bodiless now, not headless. Yeah, of course the neck will have to be redrawn, but that's fine. What I am more concerned with is the head. Because the head that I have here, I can keep fixing and fixing and fixing and fixing and fixing and fixing it until I eventually get everything correct. Or I can just do what I talked about a little earlier and scrap everything and start over. Either way, that is going to take a long time. The alternative is to transplant the head from this other sketch and use it here, because this head is already correct. You just have to resize and redraw it a bit. And I think that is going to take less time. Plus, I do want this to look cute, and this one is really cute. Now, of course, I can make this look cute as well, but I first need to fix everything, and that is going to take a long time. Even longer than what I have already spent. Even longer than what I have already spent on just the fixes. Plus, I can now have it tilted down a bit more, like on the doodle, without breaking everything, I guess. Yeah, look at that. And actually, that is basically almost a perfect fit. Yeah, I will essentially just have to redraw all of this. Same traces, just redraw all of these pixels because of how pixelated and, you know, the way it looks, because I resized and tilted. But yeah, other than that, it should be fine as it is. Alright, let's do this head transplant.
I've been feeling like I must be on my way.
Let's actually do it.
Told me I should stay. Is that okay?
It's fine, we have a hole there. I totally, absolutely meant for that hole to be there. Yeah, sure. There, it's as if it's never been there. Before I move on with his head transplant, however, I am going to save this here to the progress sheet, even though this is garbage. Well, that head is kind of garbage. But I am going to save it anyway because whether it is, regardless if it is good or not, it is some kind of progress. Also, looking at this progress sheet so far, it appears to me that I have been slowly make him look up a bit more than he did originally. Doesn't it look like, at least on this last version here, his head is tilted up a bit more than it was before? I think it does. And that was not the original idea. Anyway. Let's now merge these two together. Select and copy everything and paste all of that in here without transparency. Yeah, there we go. Let's now redraw this so these lines are not all messed up. Maybe we should use red to make it easier to see. I will redraw with the blep. Shut up, phone. I will redraw with the blep, but I don't think this is going to have the blep on the final version. Let me check something here real quick. And yes, I will even go ahead and draw the smile, or redraw the smile as well. Perfect. That would do. Oh, that's tabbing was a little slower than it should be. I don't like it. What am I checking here? This here. Okay. You know something that I haven't done this entire time so far? Saved. I haven't saved this entire time. What is wrong with me? You gotta always save a progress, whatever you're doing. Because you never know when something might go wrong. And you might lose everything. I don't know why I haven't saved it until now. That is very uncharacteristic of me.
Look at me, trotting here on my own. I mean, look how far I've blown. It's already growing on me. Come to think of it, you'll never see me again. Don't even ask me how I am. And don't even think about me. It's time to say goodbye, 'cause I've learned how to fly. Don't wanna see you anytime soon. All tension's been out here in this cool atmosphere. So I'll be living here on you. Here on you.
I'm not going to immediately redraw this part of the neck. Let's first focus on the head itself.
This is no game of hide and seek. I guess I just need time to think. So face the facts, 'cause I won't be back. It's time to say goodbye, 'cause I've learned how to fly. Don't wanna see you anytime soon. All tensions then out here in this cool atmosphere. So I'll be living. I'm not playing hide and seek. I just need time to think. So I'll be thinking here on the road. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
Alright, let's now connect the back of his head to the neck. Ah, come on. Okay, that is fine. this. And this. I don't think this line here is going to be needed. Not like that, anyway. After all, the neck and the body are different from the ones I originally drew for this head. But considering how his head is tilting, at least some of it, in some capacity, should remain. If I can do it right. Almost got it.
I've seen enough here to know I don't belong. My imagination again has led me on. This stubborn aching has a mind of its own.
Okay, I think I got it.
I've left
And
but
save.
I won't tell you where I've gone. I've never known that
Let's now redraw his mane.
I'll never go back to who I used to be. A steady runway is all that I would need to reason with myself behind the scenes. Is it me? Or can you see through my walls as if they never shone? Could it be all because of my
Ooh, I just realized.
broken mind?
This is incredibly close to the doodle. I need to move this away a little bit. Just so I have a little more room over there between those two. It is fine as it is, but I will need that room later.
I could have sworn I
There we go.
had a life before. My short attention had wanted something more. I can't erase it. I know I won't forget, but at least I learned my lesson in the end. Oh, winter breezes were never gone so fast. It's straight ahead now, and no more looking back. Like separation, letting go of the past, trying to rebuild my house of glass. Is it me? Can you see through my walls as if they never shone? Could it be all because of my lies, broken my own laws? Is it me? Can you see through my walls as if they never shone? Could it be all because of my lies, broken my own laws? My own bones, no more throwing stones.
Although I really like dragons, I love drawing dragons. Draw ponies is actually far easier and faster. I don't know why that thought just crossed my mind, but it's true. Ah, yes, that does do a little bit of a weird curving there. I was not imagining this.
She is only a princess in the eyes of the world, but she's my queen. She's a knight at the circus, lemon ice cream swirl, 'cause she's so sweet. Like a field of roses, like a melody,
I'm sorry I'm not speaking too much right now, guys. One, there isn't all that much to talk about at this moment, and two, I am just quite focused on doing this right.
Never wanders without me, never drops his guard, and that's alright. Says he can't live without me, says I'm in his heart, but he's my life. Like a reverend soldier, like a guardian, who's always looking out. Never thought I would find him, or that he'd find me, but now he's mine.
Bound as one, we will stay close beside or far away. No one's ever gonna say you and I are just a game. Bound as one, we will stay.
It's too early to be cleaning up lines like that, but I need that horn as it is right now. Well, I will need it very soon. Soon as I finish redrawing this bit of the main. I mean, I don't really need it. I just want it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw this with multiple lines. That looks strange. Alright, that'll do. This is why I wanted the horn. There we go.
There's a chance that I could fall and not come back, and never regret a thing. I'd never get back on track. Darkness all around me, and I can't find the light. I let it all surround me, giving up without a fight.
I know I did say earlier that today is not really hot, but it's starting to get a bit warm in here. So if you excuse me, I'm gonna have my fan on. Because I'm starting to sweat a bit.
While your grace surrounds you, helps me find my own. I can't tell you how you've helped me
And this here is where this main is going to end for now. And I forgot to finish the main on the head over here. Oops.
Your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me in a way you'll never know. Your kindness won't betray me. I feel your heart and soul. Your kindness still can save me if I choose to not let go. Stretching out, you somehow reach me. I know this can't be wrong. I'm ready, won't you teach me the way to get along? Even when the cold is blowing and I want to just give in, it warms my heart just knowing I'll hear your voice again. So won't you sing it loud, and won't you sing it loud? I promise to remember your song of kindness. I promise to remember. I promise to remember.
That is not the curve tool. That's a pentagon. I don't want the pentagon. One thing this version of Paint would really benefit from would be keyboard shortcuts for the tools.
Someone show me. Someone let
That would be nice.
who I'm supposed to be. If you know me, you can take me to the deep blue.
Okay. No, not okay. I'm still missing one string of hair over here.
I know if you've seen where I'll be in the future. Oh, please tell me I can dream what you see that I'm low within. Behind the net that I spy, I can shine my love in the darkness.
All right. Should I do the eyes as well? I'm gonna. Just for the sake of reference later on. By the way, it's starting to get a bit dark in here. It's still bright outside, but indoors it is getting a little dark now. As soon as I finish this, I think I'm going to turn on my light. we redraw this eye but a little differently. Because in the original sketch, he's not really looking at us, not completely. On the pixel version that I drew and uploaded, I actually changed where he's actually looking at, for that very same reason. Though I did not make the change on the sketch itself. Therefore, that change is not present here. I'm going to freehand this one.
Someone tell me. Someone
Yeah, that works.
Someone let me know.
Okay, let's save this to the progress sheet as is, and then I will clean up these lines and thicken up the new ones.
You can take me to the deep blue sky.
But I can already tell this is looking much nicer. Let me turn on the light here first. I don't want to get up to do that, so I'm going to use a keyboard to do it. There we go. Okay, let's begin the cleaning up now. And this is a really easy process. I erased one too many more pixels and I just did it again. Nice, 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 nice. Now turn the blue into red, so everything matches.
I can dream I'm lost and behind.
And there's just one small bit of red over there that needs to go.
I know where I'll be. Oh, please, I can dream. I'm lost and behind, but I found
Okay, now let's turn all of this into black, and then thicken up all of these lines for reasons. But before I do that, save it to progress sheet. After all, that is going to be a more significant change. Okay, let's begin now. And I mean, as I have explained in the past, I don't actually have to do what I am doing now. But for some reason I really like it. I like how it looks like. And in some ways, it sometimes makes it easier to either add the lines or, while it's still a sketch, but also sometimes somehow makes it easier to draw the final line art with vectors in CorelDRAW later on.
I see a cold wind blowing through. I see days neither fun nor free. I see a future caused by you. I see a
And again, this blap, I am going to remove it because that's not part of the original idea, but I'm going to leave that for last.
dreams and wishes brought to love. But the days ahead are dark.
And I might have his mouth open with some kind of smile. So if I indeed go with that idea, it will make no sense for his tongue to be sticking out like this.
Sadness just ahead. There will be colors white and gray. There will be winter without end.
I think I should do this as one single line. Yeah, that's much nicer.
The days ahead are dark and tragic. No time for hope when all is strife. Whatever might have been, all the dreams that ponies share. Because of your snowfall frost, the future is a cold nightmare. Whatever might have been.
There is one too many pixels here. Yeah, that one can go away. I think this is looking so much better than the head that I had drawn originally for this. Because you see, that's one good example of how much of a difference it makes to try to do art when you are in the zone and when you aren't. When I started this sketch, I was feeling like garbage. Well, I'm not feeling too much better now. But I was not in the zone at all. And yet I tried to force myself to get this done. And it just wasn't working out. That head there, that's the result of that moment there. I started it wrong, and to eventually get it right, I would have to spend so much time fixing everything there. At which point should I, well, eventually I would manage to get it done right. But by then, I would have had to redraw so many different parts of it to fix something that in the end, I would have redrawn the entire whole head. Not as a whole thing, all at once, but I would end up having doing it. Like, say they find a ancient boat, like say a Viking ship, you know, something that is thousands of years old, and they put that on a museum. But before they do that, they need to restore a few parts of the boat. So they remove some bits that are bad, rotten, and replace it with brand new wood, you know, and just model the new parts as the original was probably like. And over the years, they have to replace another part here, then another there, and there, and then there, until after a few years later on, basically the entire boat has been replaced. It still looks the same as the original, but all the parts are now new. They are no longer the original ones. So by then, is it really still the same boat that they started with? Or is that actually an entire whole new boat? You know? That's basically where I was headed with that head. Except of looking the same, it would look better, of course. But anyway, point is, by the point that I would finally finish fixing everything, I would already have redrawn the entire head. So instead of spending time fixing one part here, fixing another there, and then another there until I had done the entire head, I might as well just draw a brand new one. And which also would take a long time, so why not just use an existing one that would fit in here perfectly and simply adapt it to the body that I have? Saves a lot of time. And plus, this one that I am using, it is already perfect. Heck, it is completely finished. The only thing that I am doing here is adapting it. So yeah, now having said that, I actually don't like to reuse stuff on my arts, or as I like to call, I don't usually like to recycle assets from my arts. But sometimes it is the best course of action. Saves a lot of time. A lot of time and a lot of struggle and effort. Not that I'm not willing to put in the effort, I am, absolutely. But if I can save some time and spare me some frustration, I might as well. And I was getting frustrated with that old head. Quite frustrated, and I do not like to feel frustrated. Who does, right? You have to be a very weird masochist to enjoy such a feeling. And if you are, I am so sorry, you probably need therapy. That'll do. Save. You know something I should probably make? Just because. Make some new overlay on OBS so whenever I hit Control S to save something, it actually shows a message on screen for you guys on stream. A message saying that I just saved something. Because most times I actually do save without saying anything. I just hit Control S on the keyboard or the shortcut button on the tablet here. Completely useless thing to have, this overlay. I just think it could be fun. Yeah, that is looking much nicer. This one could be better. I am going to make this one using 2 lines. It'll make it easier to make the curve. Yep, there it is. I want to at least finish this head today, because I still want to go ahead and try to design that character that I was talking about earlier. And although I do like art, and I do enjoy the Short Sunday a lot, it's my favorite stream, I don't really want to stream for another 7 hours today. That's too long. Heck, I think it was almost 11 p.m. last Sunday when I finished the stream. It was late. This part of the horn will require 2 lines. Again, because of the curve. Only way to get it right in one single go. And same thing with this part of the main. Actually, this one is going to require 3 lines. Not necessarily, but it will make it easier that way. Same thing with this part here.
Some say I lost my mind. At least I found it given time.
Okay, am I done? I am not. There's still mane to go, as well as neck. I don't know why I am tilting my head like this, by the way. Just for some reason it feels right for it to do this part here. Oh, here. Almost forgot these. One very tiny correction on one single pixel and the fizz will be perfect. There we go. I've already done that, but it does kind of need a small correction here too. That is enough. I am going to remove this tongue, but I am going to thicken up its lines as well. Who knows, maybe later I might change my mind and actually keep the black. So in the event that happens, I might as well have it ready. Oh yeah, the nostrils too. Can't forget about them. That is the exact same as the original line. Not really what I intended. Alright, that's better. Now I think the only thing left is the neck. And then I should be ready, should be done, I mean, with this head transplant. And I think I'm done. Great. Come on, just slide around. Yeah. And save. Yeah. Yeah, this head works way better than this here. Way better. Oh, it's like night and day. It's not finished though. I do think there's a few more adaptations that I need to make there. So let's work on it. Like I think that for starters, his snout. I don't know. There's something a little off about it. But that's not an issue with the sketch itself. It's just an issue with the adaptation that I made. There we go, it's fixed. Oh, that was easy. Oh yeah, this is so much better. Here, let's do a comparison. Ignore the mane, okay? Let's focus on just the head, just the head itself. I think I need water. So that's the old one, the old original one, and that's the new one. Oh yeah, it's so much better. Everything about it is so much better. So much better. Again, I could have made this one here work, okay? I would just essentially have to redraw all of it. And that would have taken so much more time than simply adapting this one here. Could do it, I just chose not to. Besides, again, this should have been finished 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, gotta save time. Anyway, let's see, what is the next thing that I'm going to do here, on this here today? I did say I was going to remove the blap, right? Let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, Braveheart, but this blap does not belong on this picture here. And that eraser is way too big. Come on, zoom out. There we go. That's a nice smile. That's a very nice smile. No teeth showing, but it is a really nice smile. No, that change was a small one, but I am going to save it to the progress sheet regardless. And if I decide to actually have the snooch? No. have the blap, I can just go back here to the progress sheet and copy this one here out of here. And then replace it here. Alright. I'm pondering if I should keep his mouth closed like this, or if I actually should have his mouth open with a smile. Maybe. Something to think of later. Yeah. For now, I think I'm just going to draw more mane, or rather, the rest of the mane. Oh, I must not forget. Wings! He has wings! Oh, that is going to take so long. I might actually do that some other time. For now, let's do the mane. free-handed. Only part of it is going to be visible anyway. Yeah, that should be enough. Now, does using the curve tool like I am using now kind of defeats the purpose of freehanding all of these lines? In a way, yes, but it does make them look more perfect. Which is, of course, something that I could have achieved. Still freehanding everything. It just would take longer. There we go. You know what? I'm going to make these lines red for now. Okay. Yeah, one thing I didn't do on the doodle here was the wings. Should I have them open? That won't make much sense, will it? No, it's best if they are folded, but how the fudge do I draw them folded at this angle with this pose? I'm not good enough with wings yet to do that. I would do it. It's just going to take some time. I'm not going to do that now. Not now, not today. For now, I'm going to save this to the progress sheet and experiment with a smile. I mean, an open mouth smile. Because he is already smiling. And it is a very nice smile, I dare say. Ghosty, hello, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream, thank you for joining. I hope you are doing well. You arrived just in time to witness the creation of a toothy smile. Well, it's not really going to be toothy. There's just going to be some teeth showing. Because the mouth will be open. You're alive? Pretty much like me then. You're kind of like me. I am also just alive. Yeah, I know the feeling. Castro is an awful teacher. Oh, is this one of those animatic kind of things using audio from some other videos? Let me check this real quick. These are usually funny.
Oh, they call them ships 'cause of relationships.
What did you think it meant?
Boat.
That wasn't funny. Too silly. Anyway, back to this. No, hang on. This jawline needs to be a bit different. A little bit different than that. That's still not right. I think I got it this time. Hey, the mosquito from earlier is back. Go away. Get out of here. Piece of crap. I messed up. Nothing new there. I might need to redraw this corner of his mouth a little bit. But one step at a time. Basics first. First, let's finish the main stuff. Okay, I guess that'll do. Should save. There we go. His chin is way too thin. No. He needs a bit more chin down here. This is disproportional. There. That should work. Alright, let's take a look at this. I think I like it. It's gonna work. It is going to work. Now, of course, it looks really weird, but that's because it isn't finished. There's no tongue, there's no teeth. Also, now the upper lip looks weird, curving like that. Or the upper jaw, whatever. This part here. Gotta fix that. Works for a closed mouth, but it looks weird with an open one. The eraser trick is such a godsend. It makes fixing some things so much easier. Like, look at this. Just like that, boom, it's fixed. Oh my god, just click the thing. I clicked it 3 times and it didn't actually activate the thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it still looks weird, but that's because it isn't finished. Let us... Actually, I'm going to save just this part here to the progress sheet. I'm not going to copy the whole entire thing. It is a smaller change after all. Okay. Now there is something a bit off here. Oh, you know what? I think maybe this part needs to be like this. A bit more. That mosquito is really annoying me. I'll try to zap it. Oh, it really wants to bite my arm. Where'd it go? It despawned just because I grabbed the swatter. Swatter, this thing here. It despawned. I swear it just despawned. It was here, and then it just disappeared. The moment I put this thing away, it is going to respawn. I assure you. That's how they work. I hate bugs so much. Makes me wonder if I really want to learn programming. Oh. Oh yeah, that fix there. That was a good thing. It looks much better now. Still needs some more fixing. Now the mouth itself. He needs to appear a little wider down here. And I might need to make this chin a bit bigger again. For proportion's sake. Shalina Designs is live. Nice. It's a fun channel, I like it. Even though I'm not actually a fan of ships and maritime stuff, it's really entertaining stuff. His content. And his name is also Mike. So there's that. Okay, I think this should be the last fix to this jaw. Yeah, that is looking much better. Much, much better. Off to the progress sheet with you. Okay, let's give this dragon some teeth. Let's begin with this fang. Now let's see if I can remember how to draw dragon teeth. It is something that I practiced actually. Not something I draw often, however. Not as often as I probably should. And I'm still not very good at it either. But I am definitely way better than I used to be. Kill it? Oh, the bug. Yeah, I want to. If that thing keeps bugging me, I will do it. I will commit bugicide. I just need the thing to stay still for a moment and stop despawning whenever I grab the electric fly swatter. So many bugs have died to that thing. And so many more will. Okay. Alright, that there's good for starters, I guess. Though I'll probably have to fix some of those teeth. Gonna have to give him some dental work, I guess. Dragon Dentist. I guess that unless you were another dragon, be a dragon dentist would probably be a rather scary job. Do dragons even go to the dentist? I guess they could. Okay, this looks really goofy, but it's unfinished. It won't look goofy once it is finished. I promise you. Alright, let's now do the lower teeth. I've been drawing on an RCD for like 40 minutes already. Well, get good, mate. I've been drawing on paint for 3 hours. I'm joking. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And I know what you're doing also. You showed it earlier. Yeah, that must be tiring. You're tiresome, I mean. This tooth here and this one are wrong. There it is again. Just flew straight into my face and flew away again. That piece of crap. I'm talking about the mosquito, if you couldn't tell. Something's wrong here. That fang, I think it is fine, but these teeth here, I'm not sure. I'll redraw them. One thing that I learned when I was practicing dragon teeth, dragon mouth in general, like a few years ago, is that you are actually not supposed to draw the teeth very pointy like that, like usually seen in TV shows, for example, cartoons. They are actually supposed to be more rounder on the top there. Makes them look a little more natural. At least that's how I ended up learning. And it works, I think. At least it has been working for me for the past few years. Okay, those on that side are not going to be visible, so this is fine for now. Paste this back on top. Okay, now because he's not just simply baring his teeth like as if he was angry, like, you know, and he's not giving us a big grin or just showing his teeth like with a wide open mouth, for example. He's just giving us a simple smile. I don't think there is any need to draw any gums showing here, so I'm going to skip that. Save this to the proper sheet. And I will copy this back again because there is one thing that I need to add. This muscle. On the corner of the mouth. Okay, now I need to draw the tongue, and for that I need to separate the upper teeth from the lower teeth. I'm gonna do that, and I'll do it again, but now for the upper teeth. And these ones on that side. You see where I'm going with this. Copy that. Let's use this dark blue. Okay, how am I gonna do the tongue? I don't need to draw the whole tongue, of course, but I do want to make it correct. So let's see, his throat would probably begin at around here, therefore the tongue itself should probably start around this part here. Yeah. Oh, that's a little too high up. Yeah, there we go. That is perfect. Okay. All right, now let's paste the upper teeth back here. And now the lower teeth. So everything that needs to be over the tongue is over the tongue. I don't know if you could tell, but I am basically working with layers here, even though Paint does not have any layers, not this version anyway. And we don't speak of Windows 11's Paint because that version sucks. I've proven that on stream before. There's a whole stream on just that one there with layers, with actual layers, an actual layering system, I mean. It was a horrible experience. I don't want to do that again. In case you don't remember, I actually found myself having to resort back to this version of Paint to get something done because it just wouldn't work well. Not well enough on that version of Paint. The new one on Windows 11. It was just extremely bugged. I really doubt they fixed any of those issues. Maybe someday I might revisit that to find out, but yeah, I don't know. It would take some convincing me. Okay, let's drop that there. And now let's remove everything that is not supposed to be visible in this sketch. Starting with the tongue. I'm actually going to remove all of that bit there. And stop right there. Now the teeth on the other side there. And behind, oops, I think I might have erased, yes I did erase more than I should have. I need a smaller eraser for this. Okay, let's go back to the tongue. Now back to the lower teeth. Now this jaw muscle. Upper teeth behind the muscle. And on the upper jaw. Right here. There. Now what did you just do? Nothing. Now, the mouth on the other side over there. I'm gonna have to use the pencil for this here. And now the teeth on the lower jaw. And there we have it. Now save this to the proper sheet, change all of these colors to black, and the smile should be done. Completely finished. There we go. Now that is a nice dragon smile, isn't it? Yeah, and cute, I dare say. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And just for reference, there's the tongue. So now, what I drew here makes a lot more sense. Zoom out. God damn it. There, see? Oops, that's too much green. There we go. Yeah, that's a nice smile. I like it. I like it very much. Okay. I am not done with this. Okay, this is still kind of far from being finished. Well, kind of far. Quite far from being finished. But for the moment, at least for today's show, I am done with this. Because one, I need another bathroom break, and two, I want to at least get started on working on designing that character that I was talking about earlier for the game that I want to make eventually. So let's give this thing here a pause and work a little bit on that, or at least get started on that, shall we? Let me first date the progress sheet so I know I worked on it today. And then I'll take that brief bathroom break. There we go. And save. Okay. New document there. This one can be closed. We can new document this here too. Alright. I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay, guys? See you in a bit.
Too much time has passed. Don't know how long we'll have. She's growing up too fast. These pictures on the wall from back when she was small. She's had her bumps and falls. She's gonna be so tall. She rides the winds of curiosity, and I've tried to raise the fences high, but she'll end up being who she wants to be, 'cause I'll never stop her wandering eyes. Although she won't admit, she'll always be a kid. She's changing bit by bit. Her She rides the winds of curiosity, and I've tried to raise the fences high, but she'll end up being who she wants to be, 'cause I'll never stop her wandering eyes. She rides the winds of curiosity, and I've tried to raise the fences high, but she'll end up being who she wants to be, 'cause I'll never stop her wandering eyes. I'll never stop her wandering eyes. I'll never stop her wandering eyes.
Alright, I am back. Let's get started, shall we? So let's make a new document here. I have no idea how to get this thing started. You know what I might do actually to make it a little easier? I have a female character, a dragoness. Her name is Valerie Dovana. I have never finished her design, and I have never drawn her before either, besides the design, of course. I think I'm going to use her body on that design and that reference sheet that I started as the basis for the body of this other character that I'm going to be creating now, or rather designing now. For two reasons: one, to save on time, and two, because I am not used to drawing female characters, and they usually do have a different body body type from male characters, which is what I am used to drawing. What did I name that folder? Huh, Valerie. Yeah, this here. Which one of these files, though? This one, I guess. No. I mean, it should be that. But this one looks way more complete than that one. And advanced, yeah. But I haven't touched these files in so long. What is the date on this? '15th of March 2014. That's when I started creating this character, and I never finished her design. Wow. Okay, copy that and paste it here. Now, of course, the character that I need to create. I have reached the final design of this? Seriously? I mean, she's missing wings, but still. I've got the final design? Okay. Anyway, the character that I need to create for the game, she has to have a simple design. This one is simple, but not as simple as it needs to be. Because for one, Valerie has this very fluffy mane all across her body. I cannot have that in sprite form for the game. Well, I can, it's just going to be a nightmare to draw all of that, and let alone animate all of that, because it will have to animate. It'll have to be animated. So I'm gonna have to remove the mane. I will remove these lines as well, and I will probably give her a little less of a chest. She's too skinny, in fact. Okay, this is a little design trait that I might change on Valerie, but not now. She's not what I'm working on right now. Anyway, let's begin simplifying this design. So I can turn Valerie into someone else. The horns are another thing that I will have to simplify as well. It's not that I want this new character to be super simple in terms of design. It's just that I have to make her simple. I have already explained earlier the reasons why. So I'm not going to go over all of that again. Let's begin by removing the colors. I don't know why I have never drawn Valerie before, since clearly I have reached a final version of her design, at least what at the time I thought was going to be the final version, because now I think I should make a few changes to it, improvements rather. Although I have never drawn this character before, this is probably the first time you guys are seeing her. I have already been using this character for several years now. Well, not several years, but for quite a few years now. Remember when I told you guys about that story that I play in my head every night to basically put me to sleep? That story with my dragon characters and stuff in their universe, which is what I am using to develop them and the universe in which they live. This character is present there in that story. I've been using her in that story for quite a few years now. Beautiful blue eyes she has. Okay. I will need her progress sheet momentarily. Wait a minute. This progress sheet is missing a lot of stuff. Oh, that's because it's a different one. Okay, this here, she already has the main. I need this here. So this file. Yeah, this here. What? Oh, that's not actual black that I have on the primary? That explains everything.
I know that something isn't right. The moon is down, so where's the light? 9 a.m. it should be bright. Of all the things that could occur, I still don't know turned. Who knows when the sun will rise again?
The song is so happy, I really like it.
Seems we've got too much time to spend. Feels like this night
Go.
will never end.
I will have to pick this selection again though.
Who knows when the sun will rise again?
My sister won't get out of bed. What's in her mind? What's in her head? Seems she has other plans instead. She's always liked to play pretend, but she should be up. It's almost 10. And if
That neck
not,
is too thin.
then
I will have to change that also. Might have to change that on Valerie's design as well.
rise again. Seems we've got too much
Actually, the
time
entire
to
body
spend.
could be copied from here.
Feels like this
After all,
night
right now I just need to remove the mane.
Guess it just depends. Who knows when the sun will rise again?
The world should sleep today. Think
Okay, good. Let's keep going on the process of removing the mane now.
We'll all just nap together. The night will last forever.
That's not funny.
Who knows when the sun will rise again?
You know, I could just
Seems
replace the entire sketch
time to spend.
with the one from the progress sheet. I don't need to be erasing the mane like I am doing now.
Like this night will never end.
Duh,
I guess it just depends. Who knows
they are the exact same.
rise again?
The only difference is the mane.
Who knows when the sun will rise again? Seems we've
This
got
is
too
way
much
faster.
to spend.
It is way faster if I do it like this.
Feels like this night will never end.
Why didn't I do this from the start?
It just depends. Who knows when the
I'm listening to Dear in Grey at the moment counters out the overly sweet music very nicely.
What meanest thou? Every pony cares, do they not?
Yeah, you know,
Oh, so be it.
Jordan. Yeah,
Just once, it seems.
I guess it's too sweet for you, huh?
We are quite certain that thou hast already done a fine job of sleeping in.
Yes, I suppose. Well, up with the sun then. Really?
Alright, there we go. There we have it.
It is thy calling.
Let's now begin
Shouldn't I?
changing this body
Raise the sun for a while to make up
into
for
what
lost time,
the
right?
character for the game should be like.
Such a thing.
What should she be like?
Fine.
I have no idea.
I'm acting a bit childish this morning.
I'm just gonna start doing stuff and hopefully it will come to me.
Thou art too old for this.
Let me first remove at least this horn over here. Their singer is inhuman. Is it one of those bands? What was it called again? I forget what the style is called. Ridiculous vocal range and style. Yeah, is it one of those that has the guy singing like? I forgot what that kind of singing is called. Where it's like it's like the guy is screaming, but at the same time he isn't. Yeah, kind of growling, I guess. Yes. I can never understand anything that any of those sing. No offense, but can we even call that singing? I mean, you know. But hey, as I usually say, taste is subjective. There's people who like that. There's people who don't. I'm one of those who don't. It's just simply not my cup of tea, not my style. But yeah, is it one of those thing, or the guy is actually a good singer and just has a very wild range? And I mean wild in a good way, of course.
Your way with creatures and animals, and how you reach them, take them into your home.
Oh yeah, I was going to remove this horn. I almost forgot. Derp. Derpity derp.
Kindness may show them who you are, but they will never see.
This horn is nice, but this is Valerie's. And that would add too much complexity to a design that otherwise needs to be simple. It's not that it's not that I want it to be simple, it's just that it needs to be simple. Both dude has 5 octaves.
Everybody said you don't stand up.
I don't even have one.
None other animals could tell you.
I mean, you guys have heard me sing on stream before. A cat's scream while someone is stepping on its tail is probably more harmonious than my singing. Okay, let's change this here because this doesn't look good. Plus, it is a bit too complex for what this character is supposed to be like. And again, it's not that I want the character to be simple, design-wise. It's just that she needs to be simple. Her design needs to be simple.
Everybody said you don't stand up. Well, now I know that they were wrong. There's too many ways to describe you, so I'll just sing it in bird song.
I mean, do I need to change this here? Yeah, a little bit.
So I'll just sing it in bird song.
Yeah, that'll do.
Could have sworn the moment just flew away.
No, that line is not correct.
And it's so real,
It has to be just right.
something you should know. Names are marked in stone, but now when your soul is bound with time,
Yeah, I like that.
so lost in my life. Years rolling and I'll still be alive. It's hard knowing that I will never die.
Let's begin erasing some stuff, shall we?
Every second counts, it's a losing game. And there's no end, it's not just in my head. Forever on the line.
Yeah, balls! I erased the wrong thing. Oh no. There we go.
Years rolling and I'll still be alive. It's hard knowing that
All of these lines are gonna go away. I think I should switch to the pencil now. Last one on the tail. Then I'll move to the other end of the dragoness. Here the chest, and then we're gonna go up to the neck. I could have these lines on the character for the game, but that's extra details that I would have to draw for every single sprite, which I could do, of course. It could be a good thing to have. The problem would be get all of them in the correct places on every single sprite, but not necessarily just that, but animate them. Get them animated. That would add a lot of extra effort, which of course, again, I can't absolutely do, but it's just a lot easier to not have these many details. And considering that it's going to be my first game, it's best if I begin with small stuff, you know, baby steps. There we go. Alright, as far as the body is concerned, this is going to be the most basic base that we have, or that we are gonna have. I should save this.
Must be on my way. 'Cause no one has told me I should stay.
Mega Dracodor design. Let's call this file workshop, and let's create a progress sheet for it. I'm going to reuse this one. Save as. Progress sheet. There we go. Now, most of the stuff that you see on this canvas right now is stuff that I have added here years ago to use as a reference for Valerie's design. For this character, I don't think I'm going to need any of this stuff. And if I do, I can easily go back to Valerie's design and copy them from there, or just check them in there. I will keep these colors set, however, because these will be useful later. After all, I do need to come up with colors for the character as well. So I'm gonna have this, just save the colors there. Okay, now that we have a clean canvas, let's modify this further. Let's begin by shortening the neck. Valerie has a long neck, actually much longer than I remembered. And Amiga Dracodor is going to have a shorter one. And it should be thicker also. Maybe shorter legs too? And perhaps a thicker tail. I'm thinking too much ahead. Let's first fix the neck. The shape of the horns should be changed also. I could keep this nice curve here, but in sprite form, replicate this curve is going to be a bit difficult. It's not really that it's going to be difficult, it's just that the resolution is so low that, ooh, I'm gonna open this to watch later. This is important.
Pra falar do caso
Yep,
da...
shut up. Not right now. Not right now. Anyway, what was I saying? Because the resolution is so low, I don't think I'm gonna have enough pixels to do this nice curve. So I think I'm going to change these horns to something more straight. They'll still go up, but I should probably make these look a little more like Michael Braveheart's. Yeah, I should probably make them look a little more like his horns. Just for the sake of simplicity. I am not giving her the same horns as Braveheart, however. I'm just simplifying them. I mentioned his because his are rather simple. Certainly simpler if compared to Valerie's, which are these here. Heck, his horns are not even bony. They are covered in scales. The bones are there. They just have a layer of scales on top of them. But this character, her horns will be bony. The shape of her head should be a little different also, but I'm not going to change that immediately. Not now, no. First, let's work on making this neck thicker as it should be. Let me finish the horns first though. Okay. Copy this. I hope this thickness is going to be just what I need for the character. Alright, let's fix this line here next.
I've seen enough here to know I don't belong. My imagination again has led me on. This stubborn aching has a mind of its own. I've left but I won't tell you where I've gone. I've never known that the world could be so mean. I'll never go back to who I used to be. A steady runway is all that I would need to reason with myself behind the scenes. Is it me? Or can you see the
Okay, that should do it.
as if they never shone? Could it be
Yeah, thickness wise, stop zooming out. Oh Jesus Christ, it's the wheel on this mouse. Thickness wise, I do believe that is way better. The head looks rather small though. Get a bigger head, girl. I suppose that is my job. Alright, let's work on her head. Let me save this. Actually, I will work on the head. But maybe I should rework the tail. That tail, that tail, I think it could be a little better. Welcome back, Reptane. Actually, there's a hole here and here. Could be a little better. On Valerie as well. But I'm not working on Valerie right now, am I? You know, let's make these improvements here. That doesn't really change much. Doing this, I clearly see that I will have to go back to Valerie Delvana's design and redo some part of her. Because when I drew her design originally, I wasn't as good as I am today. And by my current standards, I think her design is a bit subpar. Well, not the design itself, it's just the sketch that I drew all those years back. I think it leaves a lot to be desired, so much so that I do have to change this entire thing basically, because this is going to be a different character now. But there's a bunch of stuff here that I am simply just correcting rather than actually change for this other character. And if I have to correct something, that means that something is not right. Even if at the time I thought it was. But that me is dead. He died tragically. Yeah, I do think this leg needs to be redrawn a bit. And this is, again, it's going a little beyond simply changing the design to turn this character into another. This is just fixing mistakes made years ago. Also, think that in terms of size, you know, height and stuff, I think this character should be way smaller than any other of my dragon characters. She is supposed to be fighting kobolds in the game after all, whenever I get around to making that. So, because of their size and the limited resolution and stuff, it'll make much more sense if she's smaller than Michael Braveheart, for example. Which I am still debating in my mind whether or not he should make an appearance in that game or not. And of course, if he does, it's certainly only going to be in some cutscene, which I have yet to figure out how to do it. I figured out how to make game over screens, well, one screen, and I do believe I can use that method for making actual cutscenes. I just don't really yet know how to do that yet. I haven't tried.
I could save my lonely soul for you, but the feeling in my heart can't follow through.
Okay.
You can give your broken heart to me, 'cause you know that I'll stay with you.
Save.
That's why they call me loyalty. I could save my lonely soul for you.
You know what? Although this line is not supposed to be visible behind the leg, I am going to draw it so I can connect it to this one here. Should make it easier to get this thing done right. Okay. I'm not going to redraw the whole tail. Just this part. And only because I need to make some changes to the underside of the tail here. So I think having this will help me get that done right. Excuse me.
Slowly those years pass. Now we're finally here at last. Heaven knows I've missed you. Spent so many nights wondering how I'd make things right.
Like this here, for instance, this also needs to be redrawn and actually redrawn.
Never knew how bad it hurt to be alone. It took 1,000 years, but now I'm fine coming home.
Oh, hold up.
After all we've been through,
I didn't do it right.
brought me back to you. We'll be stronger than we've ever been before. And though darkness may creep in, it won't take over again.
No, 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 no.
'Cause I'll be with you forevermore.
Not great, but not terrible.
I can't believe it's true was lost without you. So happy by your side, better unified. No other way I'd want to. Never knew how bad it hurt to be alone. It took 1,000 years, but now I'm finally coming home. After all we've been through, fate has brought me back to you.
Alright, save.
Now we're strong.
Now let's redo the underside of the tail here. Because I still think this needs to be maybe a little thicker than this. Because you know, proportions and stuff. And this is something that I might have to change on Valerie's design as well. Now, not change, but improve / fix.
After all we've been through, fate has brought me back to you. Now we're stronger than we've ever been before. And though darkness may creep in, it won't take over again. 'Cause I'll be with you forevermore. After all we've been through,
But not something for today.
brought me back to you. Now we're stronger than we've ever been before. And though darkness may creep in, it won't take over again. 'Cause I'll be with you forevermore.
There we go. Just gonna make this line a bit thin, not thinner, thicker. I won't do that now. Never mind. How the hell did I end up over there? Before I clean up all of this, I should probably save this to the progress sheet. Those are somewhat significant changes after all. Okay, now I can do some cleaning up. Out with the old and in with the new. I erased too much there.
Stars are shining for you alone. I know I can't win. My cadence, my love song.
Yeah, damn it.
Love's in bloom everywhere you go. I know I can't win without you by my side.
Alright, time to make this eraser smaller. Yeah, I am erasing what I am not supposed to erase. Again. I really do that a lot. I just did it again. There we go.
I've loved you since the day we met. I know your heart wouldn't stray from me yet.
Oh, I can see that this line here will have to be redrawn a bit, because it does not match the curvature, the shape of the tail. Not at all. I'll work on that later. Yeah, there we go. That's much better looking. Alright, let's work on this line now. No, not quite like that. That is better. Just not quite there. Not as it needs to be. Should probably do this in sections. Yeah, let's begin with a curve like this. And then do another one like this to connect these two parts. Now this bit here in the middle, that's a bit messy, but it's fine because the third one should fix the issue. There, I think I fixed it. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine. So now let's erase this one, which was the original. And let's also erase this because I don't need it anymore. And simply recolor the rest. Plus thicken it up a bit. But let's do it in segments. There we go. Alright, let's zoom out and see what this looks like. Yeah, that is much better, at least at the base, because this section here is still a little too thin. It's not proportional. Instead of changing up here, I should probably change it down here instead. Yes, that is what I should do. That should do it. I think I'm getting tired. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That is way better. It's far more proportional. The only issue is that now, because I have changed how the tail goes on the other side here, I'm gonna have to change this line in the middle again to match that change there. But that should not be much of a problem. I mean, technically I don't really have to do this, but if I don't, it won't look very proportional. And therefore, it will not look natural. And it has to look natural. Yeah, this new line is a bit better than what I have down there.
Something tells me my life is about to change, like I'm never going back, and I feel as if nothing will be the same, as if everything goes black. Call me out if it seems like I'm paranoid, well it extends beyond the eye. There's so much fear inside. What are the odds that I would find myself where I began? How high is the chance of running round in circles now and then? Maybe it's all in my mind, but it's about time I read the signs. Oh, it's about time. It's about time.
Okay, that should be enough for those fixes. Let's clean up, and I think I will be done once I finish cleaning this up. I think I will be done with the tail, at least for the time being. Alright, let's take a look. I think I might have to change this line again, at least one more time. Maybe not. Maybe what I need to improve a little bit more is actually the line over here on the top side of the tail. A very small change. Like really small. Yes. Yes. Just yes, that's all I'm gonna say. Alright, let's consolidate these fixes, these changes for the moment by changing these colors to black And let's move on, because we still have a lot of work to do on this sketch. That's a long tail also. I might need to make this tail shorter. Let me save this to the progress sheet first. All right. So, neck has been made shorter and thicker, and therefore more proportional. The tail has been made more thicker as well and more proportional. I have fixed at least part of the shape of the leg, but I don't really think I should need to change anything else on the leg. The head, that thing needs to be changed. It needs to be made bigger. Also, the shape should be different. Instead of decapitating her, and I don't know why I like to use the term. Anyway, instead of removing her head and simply resizing it to then redraw, I think I just probably go ahead and redraw it anyway, because I need to change this shape a bit, one way or another. Also, kind of needs to be made a little longer. I also need to be careful to not change. What am I trying to say? Her design still needs to look a bit delicate. No, feminine. Yes. I need to be careful not to turn this design into a male design. And I say that because I am used to only drawing male characters. Actually, to come up with a design for Valerie Dovana, I needed help from a friend who is used to drawing female characters. Dragon characters, that is. Because I remember having a lot of trouble getting that done myself. And since this character is supposed to be female, no, she has to look female. She needs to look feminine. I have no idea if what I am doing right now is a good idea, and if it is going to look good. My thought is that the answer is no. No to both of those inquiries. That eye needs to be changed also. I don't think this looks good for whatever design I am trying to come up with here. This is Valerie's eye after all. I just make small modifications to it.
Marching on, we try again, another goal, but no avail, not even close. One by one,
Okay, let's try these.
years come and go. We always try to make them most. If we keep on keeping on, we'll reach our destiny. And we're never giving up, 'cause
Oh, she looks sad now. Not serious, just sad.
you see, we can be what we want in a life so free.
It's alright, I'm going to fix that.
Every single possibility.
Are worried, yes. Then again, when you are worried, you are not sad. I mean, you are not happy. You are also sad. I mean, you are sad when you are worried.
Always seems we come up short without our mark.
Worried and sad.
Memories are made with scars. Look around.
Yeah, I want to improve the eye, just made it worse. Ah! Oh, me and breaking stuff the more I try to fix them.
If we keep on keeping on, reach our destiny. And we're never giving up, 'cause 1, 2, 3 is family. There's a we, not just a me. You see,
Another important detail that I need to be aware of and careful with is that not only this design needs to look feminine because again it's a female character, but also I need to do it in a way that even on a small scale, you know, small sprite, therefore small scale, I need to make it so that even on a small scale it still looks like a female character. And I think that the best, maybe the only way for that is to get this design done right. And you know, I hate that I am going to replace it back with the original. That is really ugly. And Faye be like, 2 circles done. I know, right? Immortal, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. And oh my god, the Raiders, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Happy Sunday. Hello. Yeah, you are absolutely right, Reptang. I mean, honestly, if this was a furry character, or a furry drawing it, no offense to any furries, but let's be real here. If it was that, there would be a pair of, well, first of all, it would not, the character would not be a quadruped, and 2, there would be a pair of giant circles down here. I guarantee you. Things over here are okay, I guess. Immortal. We are breathing. Oh, just had an ad, sorry. Okay, I'm going to keep the original eye for now. But just so you know, I don't think this matches this design. This line here, by the way, is not supposed to be an eyebrow. The horns need to be improved a bit. In terms of the size of the head, I think it is fine now. Let's change it to black so I can see better. Yeah, maybe still make it a little bigger. Might be a good idea. But otherwise, I think it looks fine. It is definitely more proportional than it was before. Let me do a quick change on this horn here, because the way it is rounded on this bit over here, this is bothering me. Yeah, I think this is going to look much better. Yep, it does. It does. Alright, very good. I should send this to the progress sheet, because I do want to make more changes to the head, besides making it a little bigger, I guess. You know what would be funnier thing, since you mentioned you hate Twitch? Wouldn't it be hilarious if Valve would buy Twitch? Or even make their own? And people would actually migrate to it? That actually would be amazing. Also, speaking of Valve, I learned this morning that Amazon apparently had a platform for games, and apparently it was supposedly a competitor of Valve. They actually tried to beat Valve and defeat Steam, but they failed miserably. I never knew Amazon had a platform like that. I found that rather amusing.
Okay, the world presents some problems and we don't know what to do. You come to find
I actually don't even know what it was called.
what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearings only worse if you don't chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You gotta set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. That if you could fix the feelings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just one time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts. China, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've gotta set your sights and hopes on setting up to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of La China. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've gotta set
Okay, I think this snout is now much better than it was before. And I think she still looks feminine, right? I hope so. Stadia? No, Stadia was Google's. That thing didn't last a year, and it was a cloud-only game console. What a stupid idea! I don't know how they possibly thought that was a good idea and that it would catch on. And maybe even surpass actual gaming consoles. Seriously. You lose internet connection for just one moment and you cannot use the console at all. What if you wanted to travel somewhere that has no internet? And you wanted to take the console with you? You couldn't. I mean, you could take the console, but it would only be a paperweight. What a stupid idea. The thing didn't even work right, even on a good connection. And I don't think there is such a thing. I don't think there is such a thing as being too ahead of its time. The simple concept of having everything online only, that alone is a bad idea, regardless of when it is executed, because, let's face it, no matter at which point in human history, there will always be a time when your internet connection is going to go down for one reason or another. And it may stay down for several hours or even days. And if you have everything online only, well, you are going to lose access to absolutely all of it. No matter how rich you are, no matter how good your internet connection is, one day it will happen. And it won't happen only once. Laughing dog. Yeah, exactly. Sure. Have stuff offline, locally, even physical media. It does take storage space. It does take space on a shelf, for example. But it's yours. You own it. You can do whatever you want with it. You can use it whenever you want, regardless of having an internet connection or not. It's way more worth it. Because there's another thing. Do you really believe that servers are going to be online forever? They won't. And that game you like to play online, that is online only, you cannot play offline, one day that is going to cease to exist. And you are going to be unable to play that forever. Most likely forever. But if it is available offline, the only thing you would lose access is to online multiplayer. That is one of the reasons why GOG Good Old Games is so awesome. And actually, somewhat recently, they made a statement saying that although they cannot control what the developers do with the games, when you download one of the installers from GOG, that is yours to keep. It will never be taken away from you. And you can do whatever you want with it. Their words, not mine. That is amazing. What a novel idea. A company that actually cares for their customers. A gaming company that actually treats their clients as people and not as just money cows to get milked. They get milked until they dry up. That's why so many companies basically hate Valve and Steam. Well, one of the reasons. And also the reason why not only I, but so many people hate Epic Games so much. I think, in my opinion, Epic Games represents everything that is wrong with the industry. Greedy bastards. Steam/GOG Epic handshake, right? You know what would be amazing? If Steam, not if Valve bought GOG, no. Leave each one to their own devices, but if Steam and GOG would actually partner, so you could actually launch games from GOG through Steam or vice versa. Actually, GOG already can do that with Steam, but technically speaking, Steam can also do that with GOG games. But GOG has their own launcher, and that's what I'm talking about, GOG's launcher. Anyway, technically Steam can already do that, but I don't think it's an official thing, because you can add non-Steam games to Steam, you know, and have Steam launch them. But I mean, if those two would actually partner to offer something official, I guess, would that be a worth thing to do? I don't know, just something that occurred to me. Regardless, both are great. Steam and GOG. And Epic Games can go suck on a sour lollipop for all I care. You know what would make me spend money if I had money to spend on? What would make me spend money on Epic Games and actually buy something from the Epic Store and install through the launcher to play? There's only one single thing that would make me do that. It doesn't exist, but if it did, it would be the one thing that would make me give money to Epic, I guess. I would be absolutely vivid about it, though. Really pissed off about it, but it would be the one thing that would make me spend money on Epic. And that is if they made a remake, or at least a remaster, of The Legend of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon. Preferably the whole trilogy. But even if it was just Dawn of the Dragon, or either one of the three games of that trilogy, if they remade or remastered either one of them or all three of them and only made them available on Epic Games. I would be pissed off, but that is the one and only thing that would make me want to spend money on Epic. Well, I wouldn't want to do it, but I love those games. I would really want to have those games. So that is the one thing that would make me spend money on that platform. And I would be pissed off about it. I would enjoy the game, but I would be pissed off about how I have to go about to get the games. Anyway, I think this head is looking okay. Still looks female, right? Hope so. I would, no matter what, Epic can frick off. Yeah, I would rather not, but that is the one thing that would make me at least consider. Though honestly, if I may be honest, I would rather pirate than to buy anything on Epic. I don't endorse piracy, but that is one thing. If I didn't spend money there, I would rather. What I'm trying to say is that I actually still would rather just pirate than to buy on Epic. I was hyped about PCBS. Is that PC Building Simulator? They made it forever. Yeah, that is one game that I wanted to play. I have the first one. It's on Steam, of course. But they made that second one Epic only. So I'm like, okay, I'm not playing that then. Oh, you know something else that I really would like to play? Alan Wake 2. Because I really like the first two games. Well, the second one is technically a spin-off, so it doesn't really count as Alan 2. Anyway, I would like to play the second one, Alan Wake 2. I heard it is good, but it's Epic only. So, I'm not playing that. If it were The Legend of Spyro, then maybe I would consider. Would even consider to pirate if needed, but it's not so. Also, although I would like to play it, apparently Baby Inc. had a finger on that game, so I'm not exactly thrilled about that, if I'm honest with you. So not something that I am eager to spend any money on. I still would like to play it because it's Alan Wake, but yeah, I don't really want to play that hard. Not after I learned that Baby Inc. was involved. Nothing they put their hands on turns out good. Nothing. It's all utter garbage. And mind you, it's not me saying. It's the sales numbers of the games they are involved with. Those do not lie. You can look at them up yourself. Then the whole disaster with Metro Exodus. I might have heard something about that. And not just that one. There have been many. Like what even was called that one where you played as a person whose superpower was to cancel others. I don't remember what that thing is called, but I watched a review and a couple playthroughs of that just to see if it was indeed as bad as people were making it to be. Oh my god, that is... It actually is really garbage. Unfathomable. It's no wonder it didn't sell. And apparently they spent at least $1 billion or close to it on that to produce it. What a waste of money. The concept of the game alone, let alone the execution and stuff, that was already a loss from the very beginning. That game already started dead. That is one game actually that even if I was gifted that game, I would return it. Even for free, it would be too expensive. It's that bad. And again, it's not simply I who is saying that. Sales numbers. Look them up yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go do your own research. I think this mouth might need to be a little longer. So let's redraw this line here. Oh, you know, another thing that I've heard and read that gamers did not like at all and isn't selling? The latest Dragon Age. That's another thing that I also watched a few reviews and playthroughs of. The gameplay of the game itself seems to be fine. The problem is the story, if you can even call it that. Though that one I don't know if had involvement from Baby Inc. But I would not be surprised if they did. Lady Decade actually has a very good video on the matter. Okay, I think I am done with these fixes for now, at least in this area. Let's clean this up and see if I did a good job. That is the wrong color. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's save it. I still think the head could be a little larger, but it's not too bad. It's quite fine, actually. I'm going to experiment with making the head bigger, though. Let's open Photoshop. Excuse me. Yes, I am definitely getting tired. I can also feel it in my voice. Okay, let's copy this, duplicate this layer, hide it, and delete that head. Now paste this one in place of that one. And let's resize it. That is either too big, or I actually do not need to resize the head at all. So that's the original, that's the resize. Let's look at it from farther away. Well, maybe resize it a little bit might be a good idea. Because I think this here, well, the neck would need to be made a little thicker, but I think that this here might be a little more proportional to the body than this here. Also, the body might be a little too long. Yeah. I think I'll do it. I did save this to the progress sheet, right? No, I did not. Alright, copy this head. And paste this one here. Alright, over here seems to be fine. Now the only problem with doing this is that now I kind of have to redraw this head, which is fine. It just takes some time. Actually, instead of pink over there, I should use gray. A light gray. Yes, that's better. And instead of brown for this one, maybe a darker gray. Alright, let's begin the redrawing process. Maybe red. Yes. I think this here's the last thing that I'm going to be doing for today's stream. I am a bit tired. Oh, by the way, random thought. Since we were talking about games, companies, game companies, platforms, and Epic Games, or as I like to call them, Crapic Games. No, Reptile, you misheard me. Let's imagine hypothetically that someday not only I manage to make my own game, and it turns out to be a good game, and maybe I even become a games developer, and I start selling games. You know where? Well, first of all, you know where I would want to make my games available? My Ko-fi, my itch.io. I do have an account there. And Steam eventually, but at least these. But you know where I would not want to make my game available at? Crapic Games. I really don't like them. I would not make my game available there. Any of them. Because of course I don't want to make just one game. Eventually I want to make more. And on macOS. I mean, you're talking about not making it available Mac? If that way, I guess that's a yes to my question. I mean, even if I wanted to make any games available on Macs, or even iPhones for that matter, I couldn't because I don't have any of that hardware to test anything on. But I mean, since when can Apple's game? Honestly, Apple products are just way too overpriced. Unnecessarily overpriced. Realistically speaking, there's nothing about them that actually justify the price Apple charges on them. Other brands of other makers, other devices from other makers, they can do everything that Apple's can. Some of them even better for less. And you guys know that is true. Only a hardcore fanboy would think otherwise. And I don't mean that to offend anyone, it's just the reality of things. Point is, I don't mind Apple products, I just think they are just way too overhyped and way too overpriced. And they are not actually worth all of that. Not when you can get all the better stuff, if not just as good or better stuff for less. Also, I have a personal spite with Apple. I don't blame you. But tell us, what is your gripe with Apple in particular? those makers randomly banned my iTunes account with around 500 euros of music on it without any explanation. Eesh. See, if you had all of those as offline MP3 files, that would not be a problem. That is another issue. Forget the fact that you may eventually not have an internet connection to have access to your stuff on the cloud. What if we just lose access to the account altogether, you know? It's bye-bye everything. I have them, all of them, but still. Yeah, that is a lot of money to just lose access to like that. Personally, I would never have even bothered spending a single dime buying anything on iTunes, for example. I just go straight to MP3s. Call me old-fashioned if you will, but those are mine. I can listen to them whenever I want, wherever I want, on any device that I want, so long as it plays MP3s, of course. With or without internet connection. Problem is that a lot of those albums weren't available anywhere else, like all of the Smooth McGroove albums and the Pokemon OSTs. Japanese albums that you simply can't get physically. Yeah, that is something that really sucks. But that kind of goes back to what I was talking about of how bad of an idea it is to have everything online only. Everything always online, everything only on the cloud and stuff. We need physical media back. Sure, you may say it is inconvenient to store those on a shelf or drawers or whatever, but or even in your hard drive. But it's still a far better thing than everything online only. There is no arguing against that. I kid you not, I still have an optical drive on my PC. Can you hear it open and close? I have it. I admit I haven't used this in a while. I hope it still works. But I have an optical drive on my computer. And should I ever build me a new computer, I am still going to go after an optical drive to install on it, because I want to have access to physical media. I have physical media. I want to have my PC to have access to it too. Now, of course, you can't see it, but I have a very old PC on the floor here on the side, next to my second PC, which I use on the screen over there to monitor the stream. That one is a Pentium 4 PC. It even has a floppy drive. And I have floppies. I just don't remember where I put them. Point is, physical media is important. It is just better. Again, I have all the files on my PC as MP3s. Yeah, but you first had to go out and seek them out through online means only. You know, if they were available as physical media, you could have got them at a store, for example. I downloaded them as soon as I bought them. Excuse me. Yeah, some would call that piracy, but that is just making backups. After all, you already paid for the stuff. So it's not piracy if it is yours, and you are not sharing them online and giving them for free for others. It's called making backups. Which is another thing why physical media is important. Because you can have all your stuff digitally in your computer. But what happens if you lose that stuff and you don't have any backups? I'm sure you can have backup on another computer or even on a cloud. But it's good to have an actual physical backup. One that you can keep in your house or maybe somewhere else, but away from your house, because God forbid your house catches fire, for example, and you lose that. I advocate for, is that the word? Advocate? I support physical media and having your files locally, offline, away from the internet, and fully accessible that way. Fully accessible and fully functional. Same goes for games, of course, needless to say. Because there aren't any physical CDs available. That's literally the reason I use iTunes, because there aren't physical CDs available. Yeah, we need physical media back. We need physical media back. Oh, by the way, not only I still have an optical drive on my PC, but I also still have a bunch of blank CDs and DVDs. They're on the shelf behind my computer. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm sure at least some of you will agree, there's just nothing like you buying a new game in physical form and opening that box and putting it into the console or the PC. There's nothing like that. It's an awesome feeling. Okay, I need less zoom because I need to make this line longer. Okay, other than the eye, I think I am done redrawing the head. Just need to connect the head to the neck. And I should be done. Let's redraw the eye. And move on. I just realized I went silent for a very long time again. I'm sorry. I guess I ran out of stuff to talk about. Again. I'm actually really bad at coming up with stuff to start a conversation. Okay, let's connect this head to the neck. Ah, wait. I am missing the horn on the other side. Up and down in the trench for all I care. I cannot fully disagree with you. An iPhone is something that I absolutely would never care about buying for myself. Just to mention one example, of course. Okay, now for real, we are going to connect this head to the neck. I might need to redraw this line here. You don't really have to, but I kind of feel like I should.
She's caught in a matter storm. What? A matter storm. A chaotic point in the universe where matter is created and destroyed at random. No, not good. The time vertices are converging. I know.
Doctor, what can we do?
Thinking. We're running out of options, Doc.
Doctor!
We have no option. Run!
There. Now I just clean everything up, change these colors to black, and I think the new head, which is still the same head, should be all done. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, the wheel of my mouse is really not helping me. Yeah, that is much more, well, not much more, but it is definitely more proportional than the original size. I hate when this happens. Crap. It's fine. Thank God Control Z exists. There. Could this thing please get out of my screen? This is one of the many things that I hate about Windows 10. The unsolicited stuff that pops on the screen. on the screen and takes all priority over whatever you are actually working on. I hate that. So intrusive. Anyway, yeah, that is looking much nicer. Much nicer. But I think this is where I'm going to leave it for today. Because as I told you guys, I am getting tired. It is also starting to get late. And I do think I have done some good progress today. Worked on 2 projects. Yeah, it was good. Let me just date this progress sheet. Sunday and the save. Okay. Yeah. Let's close both of these. And there we go. So this here now, guys, the Mercantile format. You don't like it, right? You don't like it, do you? If it makes you feel any better, Brazil uses the same format as you do. Day. Well, this clock here doesn't count, but it's day, month, and year instead of month, day, year. Anyway, so guys, this sketch here is the beginnings of the, at least for the moment, named. Let me start the phrase over. This sketch is the beginnings of what will hopefully become the protagonist of my very first game. Her name until further notice. Why did I say noticed? Her name until further notice is, I should probably write this over here somewhere. Her name until further notice is Amiga Dracoldor. Amiga Dracoldor. Until further notice, anyway. I might change this name. And I already explained early on the stream why I decided to go with this name, for the moment anyway. And yes, with 2 C's. Anyway, yeah, this is the start of what should be the protagonist for the game, whatever the game is going to turn out to be. But I am done for today. I only accept 2 formats: day, month, year, or year, month, day. Fair enough. But you can't stop me from using that one. But seriously. Anyway, so yeah, this sketch is the beginnings of that. For the next Stewart Sunday, which will hopefully happen on the next Sunday, as it should, I will either work more on this and a lot of the sketch that I was working on earlier today, or I will go to try out the new version of GIMP. You know, do the GIMP experience Stewart Sunday stream to see how bad the new version is, if it got any better from the previous one, if it is actually usable, if it is anywhere closer to being the Photoshop replacement that most Linux users usually state that GIMP is, and it isn't. Sorry guys, it just is not. It isn't. And I have proven that on stream. Anyway, point is, I will either work more on these, or I will do a GIMP experience thing on the next Stewart Sunday. If I can think of what to draw on GIMP, you know, something that I would normally work on in Photoshop, It's not like I don't have anything that I can't do. Like, all of these are works in progress, stuff that I have started and haven't finished. So I can go through stuff and see, you know, work on it in GIMP as I would on Photoshop. At least try to do in GIMP the stuff that I would do in Photoshop. That's what I'm trying to say, I think. Anyway, point is, I don't know which one of the two things I'm gonna do on the next Short Sunday. I will see if I can decide. But regardless, it should be interesting. Regardless of which thing that I go with, it should be interesting, hopefully, anyway. Just got a legendary semi-auto shotgun schematic. Nice! I like guns. I wish I had a gun. That would be fun. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, I'll see what to do for the next show. Either one of these, either the sketches or GIMP. Regardless, that's it for today. So everybody, have a great rest of the evening. If it is still evening for you, have a great week. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. And I hope I'll see you again on the next show. Why does this keep blanking like that? I don't like it. Anyway, thank you so much, Riptane. Thank you so much, everybody. I have no idea who's still watching in the chat. Oh, how many are watching? Watching. I never check. Anyway, thank you all so much, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Have a great week. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed. And as always, dream of dragons. Bye, everyone. Hopefully I'll see you again very soon. Bye bye. See you. Dream of dragons. Have a good one.
Pra falar do caso da Débora.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you can. Bad on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bad on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at the foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. lives for trash.